the microphone is on, and I forgot to put it on its little pad. There we go. I hope everybody is enjoying this lavely stuff on the screen. It's better than the white stuff that I'm seeing outside my windows. And happy Saturday, everyone. Welcome, and of course I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And yep, the lavely lava that you've got on the screen, of course, is from last year from Cumbre Vieja in La Palma. And I figured I stuck a bunch of the files together and made it into one little video, just a little over half an hour long. And perfect for what we need here, just to make sure everybody's got their lava fix. And we have, of course, all kinds of different styles of lava coming out of this thing, where we have the what we call the pahoehoe lava, very runny, as well as some of the lava that is block-like and acts like a bulldozer when it goes through material, and it doesn't care what's in the way. Kim Raudenbush says, what does one of the angels have a dandruff? I don't know. I think a whole bunch of them have dandruff. And it's cold dandruff at that. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and glad to have you on board on our November the 5th, Saturday, and of course the year 2022. Just so we have that in there, no confusion. And this lava footage is from 2021, last year. Anyway, Juliet was the first one in today. She gets the lava cookies. So yay, Juliet. And thank you for being swift and number one. And let's see what we can do here is say hi to everyone else, and we'll start out with Barbell88. Welcome, Sharon Stewart, I hear you. You're here. And BMAT also in the house, Sue Hayes, Hermione Schaefer, Kim Raudenbush, Kananaska's Country, Adele, Kevin Haynes, Non-Stick Nick. Okay, Gura26, Philomena, welcome all of you. Sophie is also here, good to see you. Judy McClelland also in the house. Henry Nelson is here, welcome. And Alba Girl also made it in, sliding up a little bit more, trying to spot some other names. Layla also in the house, welcome. And of course, we have Gary 24/7 Live. He's at Skies is in here as a moderator right now, so he's usually hiding in the background though. Ken Wilson also in here, welcome. And let's see who else we've got. BMAT, welcome William, glad to have you here. And sliding up some more, looking for more wonderful people. Well, you're all wonderful people, just more of them is what we're looking for. Sophie, I think I said your name already, but welcome. And sliding up a little bit faster now, looking for more names. Not seeing other ones, all the same ones again. But hey, that's okay. That means you guys are having good time chatting, and that's always important. Did I say Gura26? I think I did, Gura. And I'm hoping you can hear me, Gura. Should be all right. Sliding up some more. Kirst Chaplin also here. Welcome, Kirst. And let's see, who else we got in here? Trying to see if we missed any of the other wonderful names here. Scrolling, looking for more names. And so far not finding any more. It's all the same people talking. Oh, there's one, Johnny Ritchie, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, going up a little more, looking for others yet. and I'm all the way to the top. Tom Dice also here. Welcome, Tom. And Pepper, of course. And Hermione Schaefer, if I didn't say your name, welcome. And Fluffy as well. And let's see. Oh, Arizona Snowman is here. Piggy is here too. So welcome, moderators. Arizona Snowman, Piggy, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Gary, and C&D Boy might be busy right now, but welcome to him when he gets here. And also some of the other ones that may be in the background, Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields Official. Henry, I leave the clock in the car. Uh-oh. You don't need a clock, do you? Anyway, hope you're enjoying the Lavely stuff on the screen. And, you know, these are kind of highlight bits that I had saved. And I wish I would have saved more. I really do, from back when Cumbre Vieja was going, because it really did have some excellent performance as far as being a wild volcano and really throwing stuff out. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. And I think that's pretty close to at the end of that. But let's get going around places here, and we'll stop our lava. And let's see if I can get that stopped. That is just about at the end anyway. I'm going to reset it back to the front portion, and we'll turn off that banner, by the way. There we go. And we'll head over and have a look at Iceland first, of course, and see what it's doing. And oh, I need to turn that banner off on here as well. And there we go. And that footage thing there, don't need that. Okay, that's what Iceland is looking like right now, ladies and gentlemen. And if we go back about 7 hours or so, they had kind of a so-so day. It wasn't very bright. A little bit of cloud up there. There are a few blue spots, but it almost looks like they may have gotten a little bit of snow in the area. Just looking at some of the roofs, a little bit too white as far as I recall. So that might have happened, but we'll take a look at the other views here real quick. And get it to about the same time. There we go. And this one doesn't look like any snow. You would see it on the grass here in the Perlin Center park area, I guess you call it. Home of the bunnies. There's bunnies in those woods, and lots of grass for them to eat. So they like it there. Anyway, that is all cool. And skipping ahead, oh, I don't need to go to live broadcast. I need to go somewhere where we can see it. And this, of course, is our view of Katla, or I should say a lack of a view of Katla. Right from early morning on, that's the conditions out there. Very foggy. You can see the camera shaking a bit. It's windy. And that kind of thing. So wasn't a pleasant day for sightseeing, if that's what your intentions were. And that, of course, like I say, is a sneak peek over at Katla, which you can't see. And we'll put that back to live so I know where to find it. Same with these other ones here, and that way we can always locate them a little easier. And let's head off and have a look at the harmonic tremor chart. And there it is. Clicking the wrong buttons here. Gotta refresh that chart and see exactly where we're at. And there we go. Okay, so our wonderful upward trend has diminished and is starting to head back down. Just when you get up hopes, right? But anyway, this is actually tectonic activity that we're seeing. And it is starting to drop off again. And the reason I mention that is it is also happening at Grindavik and several of the other places in the vicinity. And, you know, when they're all the same, it's telling you it's not a localized event, but rather a a larger event of things moving, and that would be kind of what it is. But let's go have a look at Astja area harmonic tremors and see what it's like up there. And there's Astja. We see that activity has decreased a little bit. It's not quite as thick as what we were seeing here before. We do still have some earthquakes being reported in the area, so things may have calmed down a little bit. The seismic energy is still about the same level, if like a little bit higher maybe, but not by much, and we'll kind of leave it as that. So Gary's stream has been running for 6 years. Holy macaroni. That's a long time, Gary. Kevin Haynes, thanks for throwing in 1 month free membership for someone and gifting that out. Kevin Haynes. And we'll put that down on the paper here so we don't forget. And thanks, Kevin. And hopefully all of you have your opt-in for the gifts turned on. That way, if you're not a member already, you could receive a free membership. Oh, and Non-Slick Nick was gifted the membership by Kevin Haynes. Wow, that was pretty slick. Non-stick Nick. There we go. Non-stick Nick got it. And he got nailed. So he got nailed with a stick, with the free stick. Hope of the stick, yeah. Oh boy, and BMAT renewed his membership for 10 months. Thanks for all the fun, Doc. And you're certainly welcome, William, and don't mind doing this. Anyway, looking at back to the business here, Astja doing its thing. We'll have a look and see what's happening in that area. I don't believe we're going to see any eruptions, but you know, it is what it is. Got to kind of grin and bear it sometimes with what we see going on. Anyway, we're going to go down and have a look at Grimsey as well while we're at it. Alba Girl also gifted a membership. Thank you, Alba Girl. Alba Girl gifted one. So there you go. And that was pretty cool. Anyway, let's, is that, no, Grimsfall, I want Grimsey. And Grimsey, steady as she goes, for the most part. A couple little tiny quakes in there, but I don't think we're going to see anything major happening out there. And let's have a look at the Grindavik area. And of course, Grindavik, same thing as what we're seeing in Fagradalfjall. It went up, it peaked, and it is heading back down. So that's a pretty good indicator that this is a tectonic movement. And of course, that's what we've got. And pretty cool. Hopefully, we'll see some lava activity. We need some. We really do. We need fresh lava, fresh bacon, and that is important for us. Anyway. Let's see what we can find in the quakes. And I put my map back to Fagradalfjall, so let's get over there and down in quakes today. We are only at 152 for the last 24 hours, and that is substantially less than what we were seeing a few days ago. So we'll just boogie through some of these and see what we've got going on. We'll start up at the top of the map. There's Grimsey right there, and you can see the island of Grimsey. And we'll start out here with this 1.98, 10 kilometers down, 6:11 a.m. For him. And then we've got a 0.98 11.5 kilometers down, 4:35 a.m. 1.5, 10.9 clicks down, 38 minutes after midnight. Then we have this one from yesterday at 20:33, 1.7, 9.5 kilometers down. Looking at some of the fresher ones here. And I think we'll just grab the fresher ones because we already went through some of those older ones from yesterday. 1932 was the time on this one from today, 1.8, 8.6 kilometers down from him. Then we've got this 0.7, 5.2 clicks down, 1713 was the time on it. And this one is from 8:52 a.m., 1.55, 11.9 kilometers down. And let's see if we can zoom in on those and get the other one behind it. There we go, 7:08 a.m., 0.98, and that is 8.3 kilometers down for him. And really not showing any major activity. Let's pick a couple of these larger ones right here. 2.38, that's actually from yesterday at 21:47, 10 kilometers down. The other one beside it, the 2.1, 7.9 kilometers down, 21:47 as well yesterday. We'll grab this newer one here, a magnitude 1, 5.4 kilometers down from 1926. And then we've got this from yesterday as well, 22:05, 1.3s, 5.6 kilometers down for him. And I'll leave the other ones. I think most of those are from yesterday. I'm not going to worry about them. This 1.25 came in at 8:04 a.m. and that is 1.25 is the magnitude, 3.9. There we go. Got my tongue in the wrong place. 3.9 kilometers down, and the other ones beside it are today's as well. 0.4, 5.2 clicks down, 11:16 for him, and a 0.8, 2.4 kilometers down as well. 15:08 is the time on that. Little 0.4 sitting here, 8.4 kilometers down from 10:57. Little guy here from today, 47 minutes after midnight, 0.4, 3.5 kilometers down. Let's take this guy first, and that is from 17 minutes after midnight, 0.93, 10.9 kilometers down. Then we've got this one right at Ascha, and that is 0.93, 4.6 kilometers down. Yeah, there are too many numbers in here, King Colin, and you almost got to be an auctioneer to be able to say these. And for a new snow shovel. Oh, wow, B. Matt, you're so kind. B. Matt. And thank you for that wonderful super chat. And we'll see if we can put that towards a new snow shovel. I think I might need two this year, with what's happening. I've got a sneaky hunch we're going to get a lot of snow this year. The last 2 years we didn't get that much snow. This year I think it's going to be overwhelming. But hey, that's just me. I'm just saying. It's one of those things. Anyway, where were we? 0.93, 4.6 clicks down from 6:12 a.m. For that one right at Ascha. Now we'll get into the ones right around Hertebreed, and some of them are a little bit, you notice first off the sizes are smaller, and we don't have that many big ones in here, only the 2.5, and it is 3.1 kilometers down from 11:16. And then you see other little guys from 1039.1, 2.9 kilometers down, very small in comparison. Let's see, this guy 1.07, 5.2 clicks down, 4:01 a.m. for him. Let's do some sampling down here and just see what we've got on the side of the hill. Some of these might be from yesterday, like this one, 1.78, 5 kilometers down, 21:12. Let's see the other one here, 22:07, 1.17, 4.8 kilometers down. 1.44, 4.2 kilometers down, 1203 today. And then we've got a 0.75, and that is 1205 as well. 4.1 kilometers down, a little bit older, 4:49 a.m. 0.76, 4.2 kilometers down. You notice most of them are not up at that same height anymore that we were seeing yesterday, where they were at the 3 kilometer mark. We had everything move up, and now it's slowly moving back down again. This 1.1 is 4.1 kilometers down, and that came in at 11:41. And let's take a look at this guy. Old from yesterday, 22:30 was the time, 1.24, and it is at 3.4 or just about 3.5 kilometers down. Looking at this guy here, 22:38 from yesterday as well, 0.81, 3.2 or 3.3 kilometers down. There we go. 0.9, 3 kilometers down. 16:58 was the time on him. And let's just check a couple up on top of the mountain. And this is kind of a flat top mountain, and it's not as flat as they show it, but it's fairly flat up there from the looks of things. Anyway, 0.7, 3.6 clicks down at 20:08 today. And let's see, these other ones are really small, 0.1, 1.9 kilometers down from 129. Then we've got 4.6 clicks down for this 0.1. Yesterday's at 20:55. This guy yesterday's at 20:36, 4 kilometers down, and we're not even going to bother with that 0. So gives you a pretty good idea what's going on. This whole area seems to be relaxing and subsiding a little bit. So you know, that's always the thing, is you figure, hey, we're going to see something, and let's watch the energy levels go up and everything, and it just didn't happen. You know, they had technically, as Yvonne put it, they've got 1 ton of tectonic energy in there that they're seeing, and that is really truly peanuts in comparison to the bigger eruptions that we had. You know, with where the numbers are up in the hundreds of thousands, or 50, 60 plus thousand tons of energy in comparison to 1. So, you know, you're not going to see an eruption. That's pretty simple. Anyway, that is kind of what we're seeing over there. Let's take a look at what we've got over at Grimsvatn. We have a 0.8, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is from 10:52. Then we've got a 1.98, 10.7 kilometers down, just about 10.8, from 9:36 this morning. And we also have over here by this other guy, we've got a couple more here. Whoops, let's try that again. From 3:55 a.m., 1.38 to 7.1 kilometers down. And then from yesterday at 23:50, we've got a 1.83, 7.4 kilometers down. And that's kind of it for our Grimsvatn area, and not too much going on there. Let's have a peek down here at Katla. And Katla did have this 2.03, and it's only 50 meters down, and 50 meters down tells you it is in the ice. That's 150 feet. The ice is a lot thicker than 150 feet there, and that's what we've got, and it's from 1:43 a.m. So definitely some ice movement. We also see this 2.6 near the coast, 5.2 clicks down, and that came in at 20:04. Then we have, yeah, that Linda, definitely an ice quake for sure. We have this 1.3, and it's 1.1 kilometers down from 20:47 yesterday. Not going to worry about him. sliding over a little bit more. We see a 1 in the water here from 10 minutes after 12 noon, 1.2 and 5.2 kilometers in depth. And this should be Hecla over here. There's Hecla. And this one here is a 1.6, 5.3 kilometers down from 1446. Then we've got a little tiny 0.1, 4.5 kilometers down from 1505. And from 1112, we had a 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding over a little bit more towards our Reykjanes Peninsula. There is Reykjavik, and there's the international airport. If you haven't been there, that is Reykjavik Airport, the town of Reykjavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik, and then of course if we slide over here, you can see Grindavik down here, and of course just to the north there you see the Blue Lagoon area and the power plant, and that's what's in that area. But let's go back to those quakes and just have a look. We've got a small 0.3, 6.4 kilometers down. Yesterday's from 2250, and that's really not going to make any difference. Here's Krusavik, and Krusavik has got this little guy here, 1.06, just about 7 kilometers down, and 4:11 a.m. And then when we go into our area, and of course up here, this is Kaleir, and from Kaleir downward, if you kind of draw a little bit of an oval shape here, that's almost what it is for our Fragdafjall area. And there is our fissures, and Ragnar would be right about here. And of course this would be the Siggy fissure over here. And we do see this 1.16, and that is 5.155, so about 5 kilometers down, 5.1 clicks down, 8:06 a.m. Unfortunately, too deep and not big enough to make a difference. But hey, you never know. There might be a lava worker getting things ready down in the lava chamber or magma chamber. You don't know. Maybe one of them is back working on things. We'll see. Anyway, out here on the peninsula, right on the tip. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. This 0.8 magnitude, and it is 5.7 kilometers down from yesterday at 2048. Then we also have a 1.59, 5.9 kilometers down from 3:56 a.m. And we also have this guy here from 9 minutes after midnight, 0.4 magnitude, and 4.8 kilometers down. I don't believe there was anything else out further, and we don't see anything else. So that is pretty cool. And yeah, that's it. Earthquakes, not as many today by any means, and a lot different than what we've been seeing the last little while. So hoping that this in a way is the quiet before the storm, if you know what I'm saying. Sorry. And hopefully that'll bring on an eruption in the future. I want to see something go. We're just really dying for some fresh lava. Really. Anyway, let's have a peek at a couple other places here real fast, over going down the mid-Atlantic ridge. And actually, before we do that, let's go to Sicily. How about that? I want to go to Sicily first, and we'll do the Azores after the break. And Sicily, of course, it's kind of cloudy there, and it's late at night. But I'm going to shock everyone and prepare your eyes. You remember what we looked at yesterday. I'm actually going to just throw a sneak peek in from yesterday. This was the time lapse from yesterday, and I want you to envision this and keep that image in your mind. never mind about the smoke coming out, but I want you to keep that image in your mind. And now, here's the transformation. And this is today. It is completely white. The snow gods have come and done their thing, and yeah, a big difference from yesterday to today, and that is awesome. So make sure you bring your skis if you're going to go visit Etna. And I thought I'd throw that little time lapse out there from this morning, only a couple of hours, but it is a huge, huge change from, 24 hours later. It's basically white for the most part. And then, of course, the clouds came in, and I don't know if those are rain clouds or snow clouds. They look more like rain in there, but they did move in, and likely over at the higher elevations, and they probably are still getting some snow since it was fairly cold there yesterday or during the night. Is Mommy of Hamsters here? No. Hamster Mom? You seen her? Or yeah, she is here. Welcome, Mommy of Hamsters. And let's see, anybody else sneak in that I missed? But anyway, that's kind of the time lapse that I did this morning, and I figured I'd just show that real quick, and you see how it's a tragic, horrific sight, really. And Daryl R, welcome, Daryl. Glad to have you on board. So yeah, Mount Etna definitely gone white on us, and it is. It's that same white stuff that we've got falling here right now. And I'm more than willing to share that white stuff with anyone else who wants some. You can have it. We really don't need it here. But anyway, and I'm glad I'm met ya. Etna, I'm glad I met ya. Okay, I gotcha, Billy, Bob, Joe, and welcome. And let's see, what else we got? Okay, so that's what it looks like there right now. We'll turn that off. Of course, this is present time, and it is just about 10 p.m. there, or 9:30. Anyway, when we look back at some of that other footage, this is about 6 hours ago. You can see the snow still on there, but those clouds really didn't leave us alone, and I think that moisture may partially be evaporating again due to the sun heat, but it could be that's what's causing some of that cloud as well. And this is about 4 hours ago. That's kind of still the same scenario. Anyway, I'm back to live. We go, just so you know what's going on. Anyway, it is about that time to take that break. So I am going to see if I can get this going again for you. Pardon me, and I will let that flow. There we go, and that is flowing. And I'm going to go take that break. So for those people who are wanting to know, these are just random clips of Cumbre Vieja from last year, and I just took a bunch of them, stuck them together, and hopefully it's lavely enough for you to enjoy. Anyway, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Of course, our target is to get over that 100 mark. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed and you are liking what you're seeing, please, if you feel we've earned it, and hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to hit the, what is that? That bell thing. So you get notified when YouTube tries to notify everyone that they don't normally notify, right? Anyway, also welcome to Tracy Bills and Linda Schoof. Glad to have you guys on board. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. So hang in there, keep smiling, be good, and I will be back in a little while turning some music on for you. And there we go. That should work. All right. I'll be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000. there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see. Piggy says, welcome back, Daddy of Rabbits and Squirrels and our favorite DrFox2000. Thanks, Piggy. And thanks, Albagirl and Grandma B and Kevin Haynes and Sue Hayes. 5x5 from BMAT, and here we go from Billy Bob Joe. Thanks, Philomena and Cannon Askus Country and Linda and Old Mummy of Hamster Sing. Welcome back, Uncle Doc and Sharon Stewart. Of course, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I'm still waiting for the recording, Sharon. I'm kidding. It's all good. It's all good. You got a snow? No, Tracy, and that is a figment of our imaginations. It is freeze-dried dihydrogen monoxide. It's not snow. Got to keep that straight. Oh, hang on. Frozen water? Yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Anyway, let's park our lava here for now. Gonna pause that. I love stopping the bulldozer in its tracks. Let's get over to the Azores and we'll have a quick peek over there. House eating lava. Yeah, that actually ate apartment buildings, and it wasn't very nice of it when we seen it going. Of course, while it's on the screen, that lava, of course, is referred to the lava, which is kind of block lava. And what it really does is when it comes, it's very slow moving, but it's like a bulldozer. It doesn't stop. It just goes. And anything in its way, well, you know, you got 1 million tons of lava pushing versus whether it's an apartment block or a house or a small car. It's basically going to push it and then overwhelm it, and that's the way it is, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it other than crazy things like what they tried in Iceland when they sprayed cold water on it and slowed it down and tried to redirect it a little bit. That kind of worked for you know, certain scenarios, but it's not the best thing that you want to be doing because that is risky business, right? Anyway, let's go over to the Azores. Yep, hose it. They did, Linda. Seriously, out on the island in Iceland, that one island, they saved the harbor that way, and that was by pumping a lot of water onto it and actually allowing it to go in certain directions but not in other directions, and they did manage to save the harbor and the whole place. Saw that fire hoses. Yep, it was pretty awesome. Anyway, over to the Azores we go, and that of course is down the mid-Atlantic ridge from Iceland quite a ways, but it is down there. And of course there we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge if you want to say it in Portuguese. Anyway, we see the little town there, and of course the thing all lit up here is the harbor, and then you can see some lights off in the distance. That is over on Pico Island, and it's about 18 kilometers between the two islands here, and that is water in between. If you didn't know what that's like, here's a daytime shot just to kind of help you out, put it in place. And of course that is Mount Pico, or volcano, Pico Volcano over there on Pico Island. And in the top portion, or sorry, far top right hand side there, you can see the island of Fayal in there as well. Anyway, that is what that is all about. Looking at what we're seeing here tonight, and I don't need to say, hey, look for the white water splashing. I'm sure you can see that. Even you know, since this is a night shot, it is low and it's degraded. you get a pretty good idea. That's a lot of white water, a very rough ocean today. Don't go out there with your little boat. You're not going to make it. And that, of course, is the little bay there. And that looks like this when it's calm and normal during the daytime. And you see how rough it was when we were just looking at it, as the pictures update every 2 or 3 seconds, and pretty wild. Saw that where I was born. Oh, you're actually from St. George? Wow, that is pretty cool, Philomena. And so you're actually an Azorian. Is that what they call you, Azorians? That's kind of a neat title, and that is cool. I think that's quite unique. I never met anyone that was from the Azores. So, yep, Azorians. Cool, cool. I like it. All right. And I'll leave that be. Let's take a look at the earthquakes there, though. That's what we want to see next. And we'll click on that magic button, and we'll make that screen a little bit wider. There we go. And let's take a look. There's 2 today, and there's a 1.5 from 1706, and that one kind of almost right in the same place as all the others, and a 1.8 from 1711. So the 2 were about 5 minutes apart, and very close together, right on the island. We do see another red dot right there. That is from yesterday, 1.7, and 1456 is the time on that one. But that is only for right there on St. George. Let's take a look at the other map. It gives us a little bit better idea. I'm going to refresh that one, and that way we get the latest updates. And we'll make that map a little bigger. Whoop. Slide down more, make it bigger. There we go. And there we go. We don't see anything going down the East Azores ridge, or fault, I should say. But we do see, we see the 2 right there. We see this other one here, 2.9, 10 hours ago. And that is kind of in no man's land, and that is just off the fault itself, over a little bit. Now there are a bunch of micro faults in here as well, and you know, like we've got 3 specific ones here on St. George, and of course there's some of them extend this far out, so that could be at the other end of one of them. Pretty neat to see, but it is what it is, and not that much going on. And of course that is the Eurasian plate. This side over here is the African plate, and this line here in the middle, of course, and that is the Mid-Atlantic ridge, and that is the North American plate. So there we have the differences, and when we slide over, we don't see anything else showing on this map on the East Azores fault. And that's what we've got there for right now. Sliding down a bit, there we go. We've got the 3 quakes, so the 2 showing on St. George, and that 2.9 at 10 kilometers down, out in no man's land, if you want to call it that. And that's about it for the Azores, you guys. So let's put it back on here, put it back on that, so I know where to look for it, and we will carry on. Manly Williams, welcome, and good to have you on board. We'll popping over to Popocatépetl, and we'll see if we can get that on the screen. I might have to fix that a little bit, and let's back up and see if it'll come to life. Sometimes they don't. I have to refresh them, and then they play commercials. And let's see what we'll do here. No, I got a sneaky hunch I got to refresh that. We'll go to the other shot, This, of course, is one of the other views, and of course, it is a lovely volcano gray. And we'll try to locate where it is here in amongst the clouds. And here's one of them. And this is about 5 hours and 24 minutes ago. And you see it there, and it should be pluming up here in a second. There it goes. It's interesting to see. I'll advance it here 5 seconds at a time so you can see. These are very slow ejections in comparison to Fuego or any of the other ones. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit more here. We'll go to right about here. This is from 2357, and you see where the clouds are sitting, and the volcanoes just above the clouds. So a pretty awesome sight. And it did have a little bit of an eruption here, and there it goes. Not very very large amounts, but it did do its thing. So you can see some of that pluming coming out, and I think it got a little bit heavier here just after that. I'll try to keep going and see where exactly it is, and should be right about here. You see a little bit of a glow there just a second ago, and then you start to see the dark plume coming out, and it is moonlit above the clouds, by the way, and that makes it look very, very nice. Look, it's a chipmunk. No? I don't know. Or a teddy bear. All right, pareidolia will console you. And of course, that pareidolia is the ability to see strange things in clouds, and of course, that is what popped out. First thing that come to mind, a gnome. It's a gnome, and could be. They change shape, so, and now it's some kind of alligator or monster. But anyway, let's leave that alone. That was pretty cool to see early in the morning, and as we progress time-wise, it did clear up a bunch, and it was a little bit of a better view, but it wasn't doing a heck of a lot. That is at 1:30 in the morning, and then it got a little bit on the cloudy side. We did see, oh sorry, clear side I should say, and 4:48 a.m. it did plume off a little bit. Let's just actually back that up a little bit. I want to see if that's really slow moving, because normally when you click it 5 seconds at a time, you see a lot faster movement. So that is coming out of there very, very slow, and that's what we kind of see. Beautiful stars though, I gotta admit. We'll see a little bit of glow down here every once in a while as that is ejecting, but very, very little. And there's a little bit more right there. Just not throwing any big lava chunks out or anything like that, unfortunately. And let's see if we get into the morning light here on this one. That's about here, I guess. And it's very quiet. Let's see. Oh, this one's still showing ads. Let's skip that. No thanks. Don't need to be a member. And we'll go see if we can find our golden hour here. There we go. About 8.5 hours ago. And that is when the sun was first hitting it. And we did have a little bit of a plume there. 6:07 a.m. was the time on that. And I think, yeah, there should be a little bit more of a puff coming out of there. And there it is. And again, no visible lava. The other thing I'm going to remark, very little in the lines of snow. Most of that we seen on there yesterday and the day before has melted away. So not a heck of a lot happening that way. And again, I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time here. Otherwise, it takes too long. It's not like Fuego. Fuego likes to blast. Speaking of Fuego, we'll leave Popocatépetl in its gray abyss, and we will move on and jump over to Fuego, and join in on its gray abyss, as we can see right there. Anyway, it did have some lavally eruptions amongst the clouds. We'll take a look at a couple of them because that's all we can see. It did clear enough in a couple of these locations here to be able to see it, but it really wasn't very visible. And this, of course, is a lot faster material moving out of the top of the cone. Unlike Popocatépetl, this thing, you gotta stay really far away from it. It throws lava chunks out quite a distance, and when we say quite a distance, I mean quite a distance, 300, 400, 500 yards, or about the same in meters. Don't be anywhere near it. Anyway, it kept on doing this for a good portion of the night in the clouds. Regardless of what the cloud was doing, it kept on erupting and looked pretty darn good. So I'm just trying to find some more open spots here where we've seen some neat stuff. Yeah, again, this is in the clouds, so very, very difficult to see anything happening there. And let's see, there was a little time where it cleared for a few minutes, like right about here. And you could actually see the top of the volcano. And again, I'm advancing 5 seconds at a time just to expedite the process here. But it did throw out some stuff. It wasn't quite as lavally, and of course the early lavally stuff we missed in the clouds. Let's get this other one here. Here's a pretty good blast. I'm not going to advance this one. I'm just going to let this one play. And it was pretty good. Dr. Fox, the Kraken request you take a break in 5 minutes, or it's going to eat me alive. Well, if it's going to eat you alive, that's absolutely fine, Piggy. It won't bother me one bit. Oh. Puppet! Behave! Oh, that's being mean, isn't it? Oh, I know. Troublemaker. Here's the next blast. I had to do it. Sorry, Piggy. It just... my evil just had to come out. You got bitten? Oh, boy. All right. Sorry, Piggy. I didn't want you to get bitten by the Kraken. Krakens bite hard, and hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully the wound is patchable, right? In this particular eruption, you see how much of that tephra is rolling down the hill. You can see by obviously the amount of smoke that's going down, or ash and everything else. That's a lot of stuff coming out of that last blast. And what? She drew blood? Sulks now? Oh my god. It's a vampire. Wormhand, welcome. Glad to have you on board. But yeah, that was a pretty heavy duty blast there. Let's see if there's anything else just beyond this. And no, looks like the wind moved it over a little bit. Later though, just a few seconds really, we had another shot out of there. And again, very heavy duty as far as the ash content and tephra coming out with those blasts, of course. So oh boy, Piggy H2O2 on the Kraken and bite right away. Yep. Yeah. Band-aids. We need band-aids for Piggy. And there, Juliet got a band-aid. And hopefully that'll be okay. And Piggy, you can always snout bop that thing and get that problem out of there for now. It's either that or get a water gun. When she bites you, give her a squirt, and that'll fix her. They'll know not to bite, and they get trained real quick. Anyway, we are getting close to our break time here. I will bite. What? It will bite harder? That's not good. Not good at all. Let's see if we get to the next major one here. And there we go. And Fuego just keeps on doing this, right? And that is, it's amazing the amount of energy in that volcano. And blast after blast, and I thought I seen a little bit of a lightning bolt there. Let's just take a look right in this area. I thought I seen a little flash. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe it was just on my screen. I don't know. But that that when we have material coming out that quickly, of course, all the molecules are banging together as it's being ejected out, and you've got different things in there. So you've got ash and dust and tephra, water vapor, other gases, and everything. Changes polarities and polarizes, and all of a sudden you get a big spark, lightning, in other words, volcanic lightning. So always something to look for when you see the stuff coming out of there very quickly. No effect on the Kraken. She don't mind it. Darn it. Krakens. What do we do with Krakens? Anyway, the rest of the day was pretty much in volcano gray, with the exception of a little further down here at 1319. We've seen another little bit of a eruption, but that died out very shortly, and we were back into the abyss of not being able to see. And let's see if we go back to live. Live doesn't have any signal right now. Darn it. Okay, that's all right. Let's just take a look at a couple of the other ones here. Momotombo in Nigeria. That is a little bit of off-gassing at the top. It's blowing the other way right now, which is really good. And not too much activity there. And of course here, San Cristobal. And that one is in the clouds, so we can't see the peak over here, unfortunately. And that is what we've got there. I'm going to put this one back on Popocatépetl so I know where to leave it. It is time to go take a break, you guys, and I am going to have another break. So we will turn on the good stuff here, the canned lava. And I get that over there. And then, of course, I'm going to take that break, and then we're going to have some bacon seeds after. And, of course, Piggy so nicely sent those bacon seeds over. And we really do appreciate that, even though we made the Kraken bite her. Oops. I feel bad now. Piggy, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey donkey, I want a giggle. Bought pins today. Was giggling in the shop. Thought of you. Trevor, Winky, Wonky, Donkey. Yeah, careful, man. Careful. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. That would really, really be nice. Of course, we're trying to target at least a 100 and get above it, and that is to accommodate YouTube analytics a little bit more. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed yet, sitting on the outsides there, and you want to chat in the chat box, by all means, hit the subscribe button. 1 minute later, you can chat in the chat box. It's easy to do, very quick. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is snowing like the dickens. And Yeah, snow. Gotta like that four-letter word. And it'll be doing that for the next 6 months. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. I will be back, and stay tuned for more VolcanoX on live stream. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And of course, the screen shots, or the stuff on the screen right now, is Cumbre Vieja volcano in La Palma from last year. It is not erupting now. This is what we refer to as canned lava. And of course, we like that stuff when there are no other volcanoes erupting. We got to show some kind of lava to get our fix, and this is it. Anyway, thank you, Piggy. Welcome back. Kraken, upsetting Dr. Fox. And Albert Girl, thanks. And thank you, Kevin, and Kananaskis Country and Sue Hayes, and Hermione Schaefer, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, all good. Excellent, and glad to be back here. Anyway, that canned lava, that is pretty cool. Klaus H., greetings from Germany. Guten Abend, Klaus, and vielen Dank, and thanks for renewing your membership. And Kevin Haynes throws out another gift membership there. Kevin Haynes, and thank you, Kevin. And we'll see who gets that one. And hopefully that'll get someone that doesn't have a membership yet. And that'd be cool and awesome. And we'll carry on here. We did say bacon seeds. Let's stop our canned lava. And where's my can? I gotta turn the can off. There, we froze the can in place, and that's all cool. And I kind of like that picture because that just shows how that lava was flowing out of there, and that's that really thin stuff, the pohoi hoi style. Gooey, liquidy lava, and running all over the place. Anyway, let's get over bacon seeds and have a look at our wonderful bacon seeds. This was the last one from yesterday, of course, and I get on to these new ones from today, and I like that guy though. And here, of course, you gotta love that smile. When you look at that little piggy, you gotta love that smile on his face. He has got absolute joy written all over him, and that is, how much better can you get? And you can tell the animal is not in stress or anything like that, and it is absolutely wonderful to see, and a big smile on his face, and enjoying the tickling or belly rub or whatever it is, and absolutely wonderful. I wanted to say hi to Lucas, and who else popped in here as well. Klaus, of course, welcome, and I think there was a couple others. Wormhand, welcome back, and who else did I miss? Dave, Astronomy Live with David Brewer, also on the channel. Welcome, Dave. And let's see, who else we got in here? Gail Moore, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And I think that is about all the names that I had missed. I got Adele 51 is also here. Daryl R also on board. So good. And all cool. Anyway, we're gonna keep going and get to our next bacon seed, and the other ones aren't quite as cute as this, but they are still cute. And there you go. This one is definitely ready for snout bopping, and if you reach down and put your face there, it'll give you a kiss. Anyway, that is kind of neat. I now have the ultimate pin deterrent, a recording of Dr. Fox whispering a poppet. I will play this recording when Piggy entices a donkey with a carrot. Okay, you play that. There's your antidote, Trevor. Winky wonky donkey. And welcome. I have my sound off. I just popped into the show, headed to a wedding tonight. Have fun, all. Have fun, Mona Alfano, since you can't hear me. And all good. Next bacon seed, and talk about content. There's another one with a big smile on its face and having a nice little sleep, and gotta love that. You know, when they have that smile, you know they're not in distress, and that's what I like to see, an animal that is happy, and a little red piggy pigging hood. Yeah, a little red pigging hood. And what's in the basket, little girl? Oh, there we go. Or a little piggy. And there we go. We got this one as well. And another one that looks like a smile on his face. For Piggy's Bandage Fund. Grandma B, awesome super chat. Grandma B, and thank you very kindly. And we'll have to send Piggy a Band-Aid or two. Oh, too much fun. Okay, and next the bacon seed. Since this one is sleeping, or well, he's got one eye open and a smile on his face, so very comfy looking. And this one looks awful comfy as well, and Piggy in a blanket, and I guess they like that. I guess they like being coddled, really, or something around them, wrapping them up, keeping them warm, really and neat looking, and we like that. And those were the ones from Piggy. I did add one here, and I just thought this one was kind of cute, and we figured we'll throw that one in as well. And that kind of fits the same theme. And third, blanket bacon seed. Yep, gotta love all of them, and they are really, really quite cute when you see them. And that one is really fuzzy as well. So really, really good. And thank you very much, Piggy, for sending us those wonderful bacon seeds. I really do appreciate that. And hopefully you're not bleeding anymore. And put your finger on the holes. I know there might be 4 or 5 of them from that cat, but that'll stop the blood from spilling out. Fuzzy Piggy in a blanket. Yep. Pre-wrapped bacon, and yeah, kinda, in a way. Anyway, let's locate where we were here, and we did take a look at Fuego and Central America and Popocatépetl, so let's trot on off, only bleeding a little bit now. Okay, I'm glad that it's only a little bit, and just keep your fingers on it, and it'll be okay in a while, we hope. Where did she get you, by the way? In the leg, or in the arm, or hand, or where? I'm just kind of wondering. And yeah. Anyway, we see a very, very lousy picture there of Merapi until we get back to about 8 hours ago, 8.5 hours ago, roughly. And that's when we could see it, and it wasn't well at that. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. And then just even prior to that, this was like about a 20-minute segment where it came out of the clouds and let us see it. And prior to that, it was all in clouds, and after that, it was always in clouds as well. So they've got some very harsh weather there in central Java, unfortunately for them, but that is what it is. In the hand, okay, a joint of inedible finger, index finger, okay, inedible. Okay, I guess bite wherever you can. Anyway, let's take a peek over New Zealand at Mount Ruapehu, and that too is suffering from clouditis. The grays seem to be in there. But when we do go back about 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, we could see it off in the distance, and it wasn't too bad. Let's see, there it is. And you know, early in the morning, 6:30, it looked not bad there. You can actually see the volcano very clearly. It is still got snow on the top. Hard to see, but it almost looks like it's got less snow over here on this side now, and that snow line may be going up a little bit more as time progresses. Unfortunately, they did not zoom in on it, and during that time he was probably sleeping or having breakfast or something, but then it clouded over, and of course you couldn't see much anymore after that. And this is what the current view is of Ruapehu there in New Zealand. So pretty awesome, and at least we got to see it. I'm going to put it back on Merapi, and now we'll pop over to our other one, and I think I might be stuck there. No, it's moving. Let me take a look at that, if I can get on there, and that is already backed up quite a ways, and there you see the lightning flashes. I put it back to where we could see stuff earlier, and of course you can see the very good glow. You can see the lightning flashes in the area. We can see that we definitely have some lava coming out, and it is definitely coming down the hill a bit, but not a tremendous amount. So it's kind of calmed down a little bit, but that's what we were seeing from Semeru today. And of course that is in Java as well. That is in East Java in comparison to the other one. So there's a better shot. You can actually see a little bit of lava right down here, a little bit of a flow, and you can see that on the black and white as well. Oh, there you go, bacon sliding down the hill, and that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. It sure looks steep when they scrunch the screen like that. It's not that steep, it's more like this. Yeah, we can do that too if we scrunch the screen, but we don't want to. But that is nice bacon coming down the hill, even if there is lightning in the area, and I'm allergic to them. Could duct tape the cat's snout shut. Good idea, Colin. How about declaw it a little bit? Shave those claws down a bit. I know that's probably really, really hard to deal with. I know we used to clip the dog's claws was easy. The cat's, no way. You clip one and gone. You have to teach them right from the little, when they're really tiny, that they get used to having their toenails trimmed. It wasn't her claws. Oh, it hasn't. Okay, it wasn't her claws. Oh, it was her teeth. All right. Well, you might want to get a muzzle. I'm not gonna wake up that cauldron anyway. Okay, or walk up the cauldron. Oh, the steep one. No, you're not gonna walk up there. Even this one, I don't think I'd be wanting to go up and having a look. Although it would probably be pretty neat. You could get up there and have a peek over the edge and see what's going on. Not sure what kind of rules they have in place, but that would be pretty awesome to see and film close up. But I don't recommend you do it. Anyway, that does look not bad. But prior to that, they too had the cloudy seasons, and of course that's what we were seeing. And I was trying to see if it was a little clearer earlier, depending on where you go time-wise. Yeah, too much cloud. And they too had storms in the area going back forward here a little bit. And you can see the rain coming down, of course. So that's kind of what is going on there right now. We'll move ahead a little bit more. Yep, foggy. And back to our live view, and we should be getting here 4:26 in the morning. And yep, still a very, very obstructed views of all types there. Anyway, let's pop over and have a quick peek at our Sakurajima. And why does it say skip ahead to live broadcast? I was. Anyway, it's quiet today. Let's peek and see if the ice cream boat is there. Oh, one left, one ice cream boat in the dock. So you still have a chance to get some ice cream. There is one dock there yet. Seeing what we've got coming off of there, it's interesting, but I'm going to go back to the other shot here and go back into the night. And we really don't see that much happening. We didn't see any glow. When I scanned back earlier, I was looking, and even this, I don't know if this is glow or just light passing through the clouds here. When we looked earlier, it just didn't look like it. Looked like light hitting it from different angles. Because again, we're probably seeing some moonlight hitting that, or even still early. Well, no, it should be moonlight, but nothing good there. So that's kind of what we've got happening at Sakurajima. Very quiet today, so we'll leave it as that. No major activity that I could see. Not sure. No, that's not working either. This is the close-up crater cam, and it's not working. Okay, and of course, early morning for. Let's skip that ahead there. This is ASOSAN is doing its thing as well. A lot of steam coming out of the caldera. And of course, the caldera acts like a bowl, so if it rains, all the water sits inside there, and on the floor of the caldera being very hot, it will allow it to steam off, and once that is all steamed off and there's no more steam, and that just allows the caldera floor to heat up a little bit more, and maybe blow up if it has enough heat. But also the other possibility is that they get a good earthquake or something. We end up with a crack in the caldera floor. It opens up and allows some water into the magma chamber that's way down underneath. And of course, with that magma getting hit with water, the water of course turns into steam, flashes to steam instantly, and expands to 100 times its normal volume, and hence some very interesting explosions right after that. So pretty cool, pretty interesting, and that is about good for right now. It is break time, you guys, so we'll put you back onto that wonderful canned lava. I'm just going to make sure that the can is still in the right spot, and we have enough for the break. Actually, I'm going to back it up. Actually, I'm going to throw it all the way back to the beginning, and I'll let it go from there. There we go, and that is only about 32 minutes of canned lava in that particular video that I made. But anyway, we'll leave that on. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet, hit that like button. Help us out. We're trying to hit the target of at least 100. And we're at 80, so we need to get 20 more likes. Would be awesome. And if you're new and sitting on the outside and you haven't joined in yet because you're afraid, or maybe you didn't hit that subscribe button yet, go ahead and bop it. I promise they won't stick pins in you. They won't claw you, and they won't bite you, and they won't snout bop you. Well, Piggy might, but you can come in, chat with the friendly folks, and you're more than welcome to do so. On that friendly note, I am your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Sophie saying, yeah, Doc. and no, I'm not knitting anything. And I hear you too, Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Philomena. Kananaskis country saying, I have to depart. I got company. What kind of company? Never mind. It's the bird police. Anyway, I hope you're doing all right, Kananaskis. Take care. See ya. And thank you, Hermione, and all good. Okay, let's stop that canned lava while we have a chance. Before that can runs away on us. And there, we stopped it. And we will go and take a look at other volcanic activity. And hopefully we'll find some. And where do we want to go? We were over here at our wonderful Sakurajima. That's the one. Ice cream boat's still there, by the way. I hope you guys got your ice cream. And there we go. I want to see if we can bring up the Philippines. It likely is still dark there, though, and we may not see too much. Ooh, we may have the sunrise there in the Philippines. We'll see in a second, as soon as I get it back on the screen here. And why is it buffering? It doesn't love me. It doesn't love me. And oh, now I got commercials. Good thing I went to this one first, but we'll get there in a second. Have patience. While off gassing, yep, it is still continuing to do so, and that is, I guess, it is what it is. I don't know how long it's going to continue, though. It would be interesting to see what we get in the future. Anyway, there is Taal, and Taal is puffing a little bit of steam out, and not very much. And of course, that is a Taal volcano there inside of Taal Lake, and it is a very beautiful sunrise there in the Philippines. And we can see, well, we can't see the caldera or the crater as we call it, but it is a lake inside there as well, and it is quite hot. It's a fairly deep lake with some deeper amounts of water in there, and of course when that starts to heat up a little bit, we see all the steaming off, and that is pretty cool to see. This one, of course, rated as an orange right now, and we'll see what happens in the future. So that is Taal, and going from a beautiful warm area, let's go have a look at something absolutely cold, and you'll enjoy that as well. So hot and cold, fire and ice, and there we go, getting back over to the icy stuff. And this is Yellowstone National Park. And right now we're looking at some of the geysers that are going. And of course, there are over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone. Old Faithful being the one that everybody is very, very familiar with. And of course, that is in the upper geyser basin, as they call it. And there are, like I say, over 500 active geysers there. So you can choose which one you like more. And that is pretty awesome. You can always type in, oh, what the heck is it? Yellowstone or Jellystone to get the link for this particular site. And you're more than welcome to do that and pop over there on your own. It's pretty cool, and they're moving the camera a bit, so very interesting to see. They're zooming in. Maybe they've spotted a Sasquatch or something, and Oh, they're looking. Is that a Sasquatch there? Oh, they missed him. Darn it. What is this strange creature? It's a big bird. It looks like a huge magpie sitting in the stream. I have no idea what that is. That is odd. That looks like a bird. It really does when you're looking at it from this angle. And you got to wonder what the heck that is. That is kind of weird looking. It really does look like a huge magpie. I don't know what to say, but from a distance when you're looking at it. And of course, that again is boiled down to pareidolia. It's amazing what the human eye can pick out in certain scenes, and they are not what they are, right? And that is quite awesome. But I'm sure you guys, if you're looking at it, you will agree with me. That's a bird sitting there in the stream, and that's what it looks like. But it isn't. We know it isn't, because common sense tells us that the bird ain't that big. If it is, we are in trouble, you guys. Head for the hills now, or go underground or something. Hopefully, these aren't burrowing birds, and pretty wild. I can't see it. It's too blurry. Yeah, it is a little bit on the blurry side, but if you look right in there, you can see the beak, the eyeball, and then the white on the wing. And there's its front chest or breastplate, and here's the back and the wing. So if you're looking there, you can see it right in there, and that's kind of what we see. I see what you mean, Dr. Fox. I had to stand back a bit to see it. Yep, no problem. And I know it is a little bit hard to see. Okay, they switched, so we're all safe. Never mind. Forget the bird. Forget I mentioned it. It's all cool. Anyway, yeah, pareidolia. Okay, let's leave Yellowstone, and the sun is starting to come out there, which is nice, so maybe some of that white stuff will melt. And we'll head on over to Hawaii and have a quick peek at our wonderful blue caldera. Isn't that nice, eh? Catching it at the right time with the camera filters just as they're switching, and it gives it that wonderful blue appearance. But the blue area is actually black, and of course the other stuff is reddish or yellowish, and that is pretty awesome. We see that the lava comes in at this end over on the right hand side here, and that is where the lava tube is, and it allows the flow to come in. And of course you see some of the brighter areas along the edges, and places like this and over here, and that of course is caused by gas bubbles bubbling back up as the lava is draining out of it, and that is kind of interesting. Of course, gas being lighter, it's going to go upward as the lava is going down, and that way we see what happens, and it breaks up the surface crust, which is not that thick since it's only developed the crust when it started out here. So a very thin material on top, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Let's refresh that one, take a look at present conditions, and there it is right now. And we've had some changes again, and that is interesting. So again, this is where the lava is coming in over here. And of course, when we look around the wall, we see more of this has collapsed and crumbled. It was nice and clean looking yesterday, and now we have, it looks like a whole nother section has broken out here and dropped in to the lava pond. So it is continuing to get bigger. My big chunk here hasn't broken off yet, but the front portions of it have, and a little bit behind it. So we'll likely see that piece disappear soon as well. and we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe tomorrow we'll see if this is still there. We do see the larger cracks, of course, and the downward slope on this, and that kind of lets us know that a lot of this may end up crumbling off and disappearing. The toe area over here, very difficult to see what's going on in there, but it does look like it's trying to break out some more of that stuff on the way to the toe area, and we might see more good stuff happening there. Lava level does look like it's down though again, and we do still see some light spots on possible drainage areas there and here, and then of course over on the end. And interesting look, and very kind of neat. Popping over to our next view, this of course from yesterday at 1741. Caught it at the right time where we see some nice glow come out of their primary vent is right down here. The little hornito is right there that has the lava tube in it. We don't see any, well, you can kind of barely see the glow there, but not very much because of that smoke in there. Smoke going up the sides of the hills as well. The caldera wall, this is that larger piece that I keep saying is going to eventually drop into the caldera. We'll see what happens. Need a good shaker or two to make it kind of confirm my suspicions. A lot of smoke around the edges though, very interesting and neat. Let's get the current picture, and that is what it looks like right now. Again, a primary vent, a lava pond, self-explanatory, of the little hornito right down here, and then we see the smoke rising on the side over here, as well as in the back side, seeing more of that. Next picture, we're going to look from that direction this way, and that is this shot here. This is the one from yesterday. We do see the wonderful glow. A lot of smoke though at that point in time. We'll refresh that. There's the current view, and again you can see the lava pond with its diminished level inside there. Also see Pig Island right there, which is I guess it's an island on an island now, and that is pretty neat. And you can maybe make out a little bit of the top of that lava tube is open just a tiny bit there if you're looking, and you can see that black line. Anyway, that hornito is over here, and of course a primary vent right there. And let's pop this over to the thermal again from yesterday. Primary vent right there. There's the hornito, and of course you can't see the lava tube, it's buried. And there's your toe area, and of course the lava pond. We're going to refresh that, look at it, what it's like right now, and really not much different. You can see a little bit more around the edges, and see some of the lighter areas in the back as well. So this top piece here, most of this is all a very thick material, and it's actually an island that is floating on top of the lava slash magma that is in that caldera, which is really kind of scary when you get right down to it, because if somebody ever tried to walk on there, they may break through and be gone very quick. Anyway, crater floor in comparison to this is about 144 meters down below it, roughly 470 feet. And the other big thing is volume. This thing has about 111 million cubic meters of lava sitting inside that caldera. That equates to roughly about 29.2 billion gallons. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. I know, very, very large numbers, hard to imagine what we've got there. And that's good for there. And let's pop over to Mauna Loa and have a look at the top of the caldera. This, of course, from yesterday. That was that wonderful shot. I don't know if that's snow on the other side. I dare not say that, but It looks a little cold up there. Let's refresh that, get today's view. And yep, we don't see it over there today, so it might have been. And that sunshine, we've got an alien craft up top here beaming up some lava rocks. There used to be rocks here. We see some of them are missing. Yeah, some kind of spaceship. I'm kidding. That's the sun. And the sun is doing the teleporting. Okay, come on, bad humor, guys. And anyway, we see what's going on out there. Nothing. It's a very large, very flat caldera. And of course, we showed that video the other day. It is a very, very large, very extensive size. And if it were all to go at the same time, Hawaii would be in trouble. That really, really would. And that's it for our Hawaii report. And now again, if you want to bring up the other map, I'm going to refresh this and see if it'll allow me. No, it won't. This Hawaii map, of course, if you type in Hawaii map, all one word, and you should be able to get the Hawaii map. Why is it taking so long to load? Huh. Okay. Well, normally when you type in Hawaii map, it brings up the link, and then you click on the link and go there, but apparently it's not letting me. What if we stop it and try again? Oh, almost had it. There we go. That worked. All right, zooming in a little bit, and we will see what the new thermal image looks like for today. And that is this one. So that's what they've got. And it definitely looks cooler in the back side here. I wonder if they did have a little bit of snow or something. But anyway, very interesting shot. And of course, that is a thermal image. The very bright stuff up in the front here. This is not hot lava. These that's sunlight reflecting off of the rocks and warming the rocks up a little bit because they are a darker color. So that's the difference. No hot magma there right now, at least not yet. Give it some time. Anyway, I'm going to put it back there so I can find that later. And I'm looking at the time. Just about time to do earthquakes real quick for Hawaii. Hopefully there aren't too many, and we can get those out of the way fairly quickly. First thing, we look at the whole Hawaiian island chain, and we see everything is still concentrated around the big island of Hawaii. Oahu is over here. That's where most of the tourists go. Waikiki Beach and Sandy Beach and all that nice stuff. Nice places to go. And actually, if you ever do go there, drive, and go over here. And when you get over here on this corner, this is absolutely cool. There's a parking lot up top here, and you want to go into that parking lot. It will be windy, but you can take a look and see. And if you look out in that area, you may be able to see some whales every now and again, just so you know. And of course, that is a nice beach down here. That highway is pretty smooth, and traffic is pretty easy on it. So you can always cruise around there. It's really, really nice in Oahu. At least I liked it. Anyway, zooming in a little bit here into our Pahala area. First off, let's have a quick look at some of these. 2.3 and Pahala, the depths of the quakes are somewhere between 26 and 37 kilometers on average. So we won't mention them, and just so you kind of know. Anyway, pardon me. That one, 2.3 from yesterday at 21:28. And then we've got this one from today at 11:42. It's a 1.8. 2.1 from today as well. 14:56 was the time on that one. This one, oh, hang on, that was yesterday's. No, today's, sorry. This one here is 1.8, 5:08 a.m. For him. And then a 2.9, that's a little bit bigger, 3:46 a.m. For that guy. Sliding over a little bit, and we'll grab the one out in the water first. 1.7, 14 minutes after midnight. And then 2.5, 7 minutes after midnight. And we'll get him here. 1.9, 9:01 a.m. For that guy. And this one is 1.8, 17:07 yesterday, and that is there. Moving up, 1.8, yesterday's 23:48 was the time on it. And this 2.3, 25 minutes after midnight. That is the Pahala area. Let's grab what's up on Mauna Loa real quick. Yeah, I'm curious too. No, I didn't mean to click that one first. 2.2 from yesterday in 1928. And this fresh one right here, 2.2 from 1520. And that is 8.1 kilometers below sea level. Let's take a look at the other ones here. 1.9, 5:34 a.m. for him. The other one is eluding me. There we go. That's right in the caldera. 2.0. Yesterday's from 23:55. The other one over here in the caldera, 2.2, 17 minutes after midnight. 2.8 kilometers above sea level, so well into the mountain, not too far away from the top of the caldera. 1.7 is the magnitude on this guy from yesterday, and that is the same depth, and that is at 21:50 is the time it happened. 2.0 and 11:04 a.m. 3.5 kilometers above sea level, so I'm very close to the surface up here. And this guy here is 1.8, and that is 400 meters below sea level, 5:24 a.m. And sliding over into the other area here, and of course that is our wonderful Kilauea. And we'll get to the red one right away. We'll just look at the other ones first. Yesterday's 2.2, and that was from 1800, 1.6 kilometers below sea level. Thor, I hear Timmy's calling Dr. Fox. Wow. Thanks, Thor. Thor, got it written down. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, and we'll see if we can get to a Timmy's, but I'm going to go to a Pepsi guy in the fridge right away. Anyway, we'll finish these off, and then we'll go take that break. Only got a few left. This guy, of course, 2.5 from 39 minutes after midnight, 2.8 kilometers below sea level. And then, of course, this one, 2.0, yesterday's 21:13 was the time on it, 300 meters above sea level. And now for the one inside the caldera, 2.1 from 1529, 1 kilometer below sea level. So it's technically, it's about 2 kilometers down from here. And that's what we're seeing. And that is a 2.1. I don't believe there were any others out there. Nope. And just zooming back in here a little bit. Of course, that caldera is a lot fuller than what we see here. This is an older picture, and that's kind of what we got. But we like it. Hopefully, they'll fill it up. We need the lava workers to get at it, and that is part of the problem. They're just being lazy. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to zoom this back out. I'm going to take another break and save my throat, and then we will go through the earthquakes on the rest of the planet. By the way, Piggy, I meant to ask you, did you feel this other one that is in Greece here? That was not too far away from you, if you're still here, Piggy. This one this morning was 4.0, and it would have been about 50 miles away from you, or 60 miles, something like that. At 6:20 a.m., 10 kilometers down, it said. So that is very close to our Kos. just wanted to point that out, and Piggy probably felt it, and that's pretty good size, 4.0. Piggy might be sleeping right now too by now, so if it's okay if she doesn't respond. Anyway, on that, actually, I know how I can make her respond, but I'm not going to do that. We all know. We all know. Just whisper, and then what will happen is Poppet will attack her, but we don't want her to get attacked and get more holes and have all her good stuff leak out. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna leave it there for right now. I see we are up to 90 likes for everyone in here. Thank you. And if you haven't hit that like button yet and you're enjoying the show, please help us out. Of course, our target is over that 100 mark, and we'll see what we can do. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, sitting on the outside, please work on hitting that subscribe button and the bell notification. That would be really cool and awesome. I see we have popped up a couple more, and the likes, thank you very much. And welcome Andy Morgan, glad to have you on board. Nancy Buchanan also popped in, good to see you. And of course Thor is here. We got him with his wonderful super chat. And on that note, I'm going to take that break, so please don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. More to come, more earthquakes, and then volcanoes, and then weather, and SO2, and that stuff. I'll be back. there we go. I am back. I managed not to freeze or get stuck in a snowbank in the meantime. And that snow is still coming down. It is incredible. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and John Raper and King Colin and Nancy Buchanan and Alba Girl. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it. And of course, you've got on screen there some lovely lava, just trying to make sure everybody's getting their lava fix. Thanks, Philomena. And of course, that is old canned lava from back in last year, Cumbre Vieja, and looking pretty good. And we liked it. So, pretty awesome site. Anyway, gonna stop that lava in mid tracks here. And we'll save a little bit more for later. And let's get back over to the earthquakes because that is what we were looking at. And I got to get myself on the right map. There we go. And the computer is catching up. There we go. All right. So looking at what we've got, we'll start at the mid-Atlantic ridge, the older ones that we still see there in the Norwegian Sea and then central Atlantic region up here in the northern hemisphere. Down in the south we had some. A new one down here in South Sandwich Islands, 4.9. And that, of course, a very active zone. That's from yesterday at 2308. And then while we're here, let's go up the Chilean coast, 5.0. And that is 1:57 a.m., 8.5 kilometers down for that guy. And that is in the water, by the way. And this guy here is on land. That's actually in Argentina, 5.0 as well. 6:12 a.m., 27.3 kilometers down for him from today, of course. Another one, this would be Argentina as well, 4.3. And that came in at 10:10 a.m. Their time, 165 kilometers down for that guy. Don't see too much in Central America, only this one here just off the coast of Nicaragua, 4.4 from 10:03, 28 kilometers down for him. And looking for larger ones, let's pop over here to the New Zealand and then the Kermadec Ridge and so on. And this is Fiji, I guess, 5.3. Yesterday's at 18:15, 378 kilometers down. Moving on, this would be Samoa, I think, or sorry, Solomon Islands. Yeah, American Samoa is over here, Solomon Islands here. I got to remember that. I keep mixing the two up. Anyway, 5.0 from 2:32 a.m., 10 kilometers down. And then another one over here, 5.1 from 12:55, Solomon Islands as well. And that is 10 kilometers down for him from 12:55. And sliding in to the Indonesian area, 4.6 right there, 49 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down. This guy 4.9 from 13:41. So things are shaking in that area. And then we got some bigger ones here. Indonesia as well, 5.1 from 9:35 a.m. And he had a friend right beside him of 5.0 from 1:42, 85.2 kilometers down for that guy. And sliding up a little bit, Japan had one quake, not too close to the land. 4.3, 11:17 their time, and 48.2 kilometers down. We don't see any quakes up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. This is looks bare up here. Oh, how come? Strange to see that. Anyway, looking more inland here, Afghanistan, 4.3, 11:51 a.m., 96 kilometers down for that guy. Then we have another one. This is Kazakhstan, 4.1 from yesterday at 18:08. I think we've seen him before. And of course, since Piggy went to sleep, she never did tell me if she felt this one or not. Didn't feel that one, I don't think. She did feel this one over here, the 4.8. I'm sure she would have felt the 4.0, which is not very far away from her. If you measure that, that's 50, 60 miles away, maybe a little bit more than 60 miles. Let's see, 60, maybe 80 miles, 100 kilometers, 120 kilometers. I'm sure she would have felt that one, and hopefully she's getting some sleep now. And that's kind of it for major earthquakes around the planet. We do see a couple other ones here, kind of interesting stuff. And this one here, 3.2, and that is in Missouri, the Show Me State, and that is from 1244, 8.1 kilometers down. And I hope that is not a prelude to this area. And we all remember, well, maybe we don't remember, but this is the area where the Madrid quakes happened, and that is was felt throughout the eastern, actually all the way to the coast. It was huge quakes over the 7 mark, so very large. And then we see another one down here near Apoth, Texas, 3.0, and that was from yesterday at 1948. And the rest are relatively small, and we continue to see them. We do still see another one up here, 4.8, Bathurst Island, northwest, or that's actually Nunavut. Nunavut, I don't want none of it. And that was from 1:59 a.m., 2.7 kilometers down. And again, I kind of have to wonder, because we've had, 3 quakes there now in that same location. What the heck is going on up there? Somebody digging holes or something? Blasting? Hopefully there's nothing really strange. And there are no faults right there. And that is kind of the weird part. We did feel it. Thanks, Piggy. And I dozed off. But back. Okay, no worries, Piggy, and being awake 20 hours in the last 24. And Piggy, if you need to, close your eyes and just lay back and enjoy it. I tried not to whisper or anything like that. I didn't want to get the kraken going, and I thought it was polite of me not to do that. So anyway, we also see this little quake here, 3.4, and that is kind of right in between North America and the Asian plate. And I'm not sure where the fault actually lies in here, but that is interesting. Maybe the gap will close a little bit more, and the U.S. and Russia will get just a little bit closer. Maybe they can finally build that bridge that they've been wanting to do for all this time. And they will stay hungry as no mods. What? They will stay, honey, as no mods. Oh, okay. Plus electric keeps going off. Oh boy, you still got power going off, eh? Darn it, Piggy, that's not good. Hopefully they'll be able to get things fixed up for you. Let's move on. We'll go over to the Canary Islands and have a look at there. We already covered the Azores way back, and now we did a majority of the world, and we just want to have a look and see what we have in our Canary Islands. We see that one. That's an older one from yesterday, and that was a 2.5. Of course, that is on the East Azores fault, and I'll leave that guy be. We're more interested in what's happening in the Canary Islands themselves. Latest one, of course, happening on Tenerife, and we see it there, 1.4, and that was from 1304. And does it show what time? What depth? No, I don't see it. Maybe, oh, there it is, 15 kilometers down. So that's what we got there. Anyway, let's zoom into La Palma. And I did see one way out here. I'm kind of curious. 2.7 for that guy from 5:11 a.m. And that was only 1 kilometer down. That's an odd place to see one, but it is there. And as you see, there are other little mounds out here and depressions. So that could very well be some new magmatic stuff moving around. We'll see what happens. Anyway, there is La Palma, and of course, and that is the place where Cumbre Vieja is, right about in here. And actually, the entire area here is called Cumbre Vieja. They just used the name Cumbre Vieja to make it easier for everyone. Looking at what we did get for today, there was only about 4 quakes. We have that one there, and you can see the circle around it, 0.7, 2 kilometers down, and that was from 23 minutes after 2 a.m. Kind of makes you wonder, that might be under part of that lava flow, or just on the side of it, and that's not a very big quake. Might even be some blasting going on there or something. And of course, there is a 1.5 down there from 3:07 a.m., 11 kilometers down. Then this other one here, also Cumbre Vieja volcano area, 1.2 from 4:18 a.m., 7 kilometers down. And then this guy, and that would not be under the Cumbre Vieja. It'd be off to the northern side. 1.5, 6 kilometers down from 9:16 a.m. So that's it for in there for right now, and we're not going to worry about those. Quick peek over here at the volcano map, and I didn't really see anything new on there. I'm refreshing it anyway, and we'll take a look and see if there was something we may have missed, but I don't believe so. We see our quake up in the north. We see our volcanoes where they should be, and not seeing anything new here. Yeah, those guys are still all intact. Ring of Fire is still doing its thing, so nothing new. No color changes. Great Sitkin still orange. Pavlov, it was yellow, it is orange now, so they upgraded that. Kind of interesting, but other than that, not much going on there. We'll turn on the other volcanoes. There is your Ring of Fire, and the green ones, of course, are the non-active ones right now, but they are volcanoes that could potentially go off. And of course, having 1,375 volcanoes that are in a green state, we are lucky that we have a minimal amount of volcanoes going off on this planet. Just think if we had some really nasty unrest, the volcanic winter could kill us off very quickly. And let's see, let's pop over to our SO2 map real quick, and we'll see if we can do that really, really fast before the break. And of course, you see, I did have it refreshed here. Snow all day here, and then again, snow on Monday going all the way into Tuesday for a full day. So we are starting our winter weather. Looking at North America, not bad. We do see a little bit more here in British Columbia, moving into Alberta as well, and then of course Alberta is adding to it a little bit more, but the flow here is also bringing the stuff from over at the Kamchatka Peninsula all the way over, and some of that is actually from China as well. Seeing that plume heading out into the Atlantic on the other side, and that is hopefully keeping things clear there. Still the stagnant air sitting here in Mexico. When you see all these little lines, they're all going in different directions. We don't have any great flow through here, and that SO2 is just sitting there, and we'll likely see that red spot get bigger, and the whole area, the levels will go up. We do see some of it going into the Pacific here. There's a circulation here, so we may end up seeing a storm develop. We know there's another storm over here on this side, and it's starting to build and sliding down a little bit. We do see most of this is flowing back into the continent till you get down here on the bottom end, and the winds are pulling it out and down. And that is all coming right across Argentina, going into the Pacific, or sorry, the Atlantic over there. White Isle volcano still doing its thing, and of course the refineries here in Melbourne working away, as well as the coking plants there north of Sydney. Over here is Tofua, and it is still doing its thing. The same thing as our good friends in Vanuatu and Papua New Guinea, and everything there. Oh, and it looks like we have an increase over here at Krakatau. So that is a little bit of an increase. We see less from Merapi, and still seeing a fair amount coming out of Semeru right in here. Raun is gone quiet for the most part. Ibu and Dakono right there, and then of course sliding up. Bulasan and Mayon still working away, as well as Taal volcano, and Suwanosi Jima would be making this stuff down here in the bottom, but up in the top here would be from Sakura Jima, and of course the rest here in China is all people pollution. Here's our stuff on the Kamchatka Peninsula, looking like it is blowing up and curling down, and kind of doing a funky pattern there. Not seeing too much coming from Reunion Island, but more than usual. So Piton del La Formes is probably erupting a little bit again. We'll have to see if we can get updated pictures. And down here in South Africa, that is people pollution from the gold smelting plants. And here in DR Congo, we've got 2 volcanoes, as well as some coking plants there as well. Erta would be right here, and I actually met a guy over at the gas station who was from Ethiopia, and he had planned to go to Erta but then got the opportunity to leave Ethiopia, and he did. I guess it's not the greatest place to live. And these spots that we see here, of course, in Iraq and Kuwait, as well as here in Saudi Arabia, are refineries. And not so much coming off of Etna today. Same goes with Stromboli. But they are still teamed up, and not sure how much is off-gassing from Volcano, and nothing coming from Campi. And that is kind of it for the SO2 for right now. And Iceland looks very clean, not going to worry about anything there. And we'll go to the weather after the break. And here's that 97L is what they're calling that one. That's a really original name, right? Pretty awesome. Anyway, let's get you back on some canned lava for right now, and we'll I'll turn that back on. We'll finish up the stream with the weather after the break, and that should be all right. So hang in there, don't go anywhere, and we'll see what we can do. And for those who have not yet hit that like button, I see we are at exactly 100 on my screen. If we can get a few more in there, would be really awesome. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, sitting on the outside, by all means hit that subscribe button if you feel that we've earned that subscription. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. Thank you. And there we go. It is time to get back at it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all here. And thanks for the welcome backs from Albergirl and who was actually heading out. I just noticed Adele is off to bed. Good night, Adele. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Miss Piggy. Welcome back, Dr. Fox, the keeper of our entertainment. We love ya. Thank you. And thanks, John and Nancy and Andy and Sue. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Hermione and B-Mat saying 5x5. Welcome back. Thanks, guys. And glad to be here. So, hey, yeah, I actually like this video right there. That is pretty awesome to see the wonderful and interesting venting the way this volcano was doing its thing. And pretty cool. It really is. It's like devil horns blowing out some nasty stuff there. I don't know, upside down dragon blowing out stuff out of its nostrils. So many vents, yep, and that is the one thing about Cumbre Vieja that was very, very wonderful to be able to see multiple vents firing off just like this. This is something that is a rarity, really, when you get into volcanoes, but you know, we can have multiple vents very easily at any one of these, depending on the terrain and the way things are coming up. So it is cool. And Nancy says, Doc, I love watching the lava flows, but it did cause so much destruction in the town down below. And yes, Nancy, I do agree with you. And it is one of those things we do feel very, you know, kind of uneasy for those people who have lost so much there. Luckily, you know, a direct result of a life loss from the volcano was minimal. We only had one person that actually perished shoveling a roof, and the roof collapsed. So all in all, you know, from the size and veracity and where it was located, I'm very happy that, you know, majority of the people were good. I mean, you know, they were all evacuated. The authorities took them out of there, did what they needed to keep everyone safe. And you know, property can be replaced. You know, don't hang on to that value. As far as, you know, property is just a thing, whereas we can get into you know, the real McCoy of you know, the lives that weren't lost is, I think, what we really need to look at here. And it is one of those things. You know, I'm not condoning all the property losses by any means. It's heartbreaking to see so many people's livelihood been demolished and their homes demolished, and it's always a sad situation in that respect. So it is what it is, and not much we can do about it other than help support those wonderful people. Anyway, let's get over to our weather map. And that's what we need to focus on right now. I am going to refresh it real quick while my computer is deciding to change over to it. And we did refresh, and there we go. We're on it. And the first thing that pops up is 97L out here in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, a storm. And when you take a look, it looks like it's on a track. And that may bring it into the Florida area. We'll see what happens in the future here, but it is definitely sitting there and poised, ready to go. Let's have a look up north, though, and looking at Alaska, we see some horrible cold temperatures in the northern portions, and that is going right into Yukon and Northwest Territories as well. Same thing up here, Nunavut. We want none of it from Nunavut. And that is minus 30 degrees in some spots. Very, very cold. We do see that, and it's even colder out here in Greenland, where minus 31, 32 I seen here earlier there was. So very, very cold temps up there. We do see this low here in Saskatchewan, and it is drawing in all that wonderful cold air from the north, pulling it right over top of Edmonton, which is minus 7 degrees Celsius right now. About the same temperature, actually minus 8 in Calgary, so it's a little cooler. Mind you, they're closer to the mountains, so that could have an effect on it. And a little further south, down by Lethbridge and those places, we're down to minus 2, and not that bad. Medicine Hat over here, minus 3, and Swift Current, which would be over here somewhere. There it is. That is where Kananaskis country is, and that is minus 3 Celsius there. But he's got company, so we won't bug him. We see the west coast, though, Vancouver, only coming in at about plus 7, plus 8, and the island a little bit warmer than most places in British Columbia. Sliding over a little bit to the east, we see we've got a little bit of warm air sliding up in here to help feed this thing, and that is, of course, what is helping make more high-low temperatures, and of course that changes it, brings out that humidity very quickly. 4 degrees in Winnipeg, sliding over into Toronto. We still see that cut line, and we see the warm area. Of course, Toronto coming in at 21, 22 degrees today. Wow. That is absolutely incredible. 70 Fahrenheit, roughly. Detroit about the same, maybe a tad cooler. And then going up to Montreal, about 19 degrees Celsius, so about 67 Fahrenheit. They've got some tropical temperatures there for the most part. 16 in Quebec City, and sliding out into New Brunswick. 14, 15, 16 as their temperatures. Sue just brought up her place there, 17 Celsius at Cole Harbor, and that would be in here somewhere. So not bad. That high sitting here is bringing up some of that warmer air, which is really, really helping out for them. A little bit different out here in Newfoundland. We see from 11 to about 13 degrees, or sorry, 10 to about 13 degrees. That's all right. There's still a little bit of that warm stuff, but getting up here into Newfoundland, Labrador area, a lot colder up on the northern portions, only about 3 or 4 down on the southern borders of that. Sliding over and having a look at the U.S., we see the west coast is starting to warm up a little bit again, and that big cold that was sitting in here has somewhat dissipated, which is really nice, because they didn't need all that cold stuff. Right now it looks like Phoenix is back to about 20 degrees, and yesterday it was only 6. So there we go. Portland, not too bad. And looking at the western portions here, the western states, not bad at all, considering it is November the 5th. And Death Valley, Sue just brought that up. Thank you, Sue. And that is 23 degrees Celsius, t-shirt weather day, and not bad there for the most part. That is nice. Los Angeles coming in at about 20, Mexicali 25 down on the border, and of course we looked at the 20 degrees there in Phoenix already. Notice the top area here, though, a lot better. Flagstaff actually coming in at about 12. Mind you, they're at a higher elevation, so some of the lower stuff a lot warmer in that area. Tucson, 21 degrees, sliding over a little bit more, and looking at New Mexico, it too has warmed up a bunch, Albuquerque today is 16. I think yesterday they were about 7 degrees Celsius, so a big difference. And of course, Texas has warmed up. We're even seeing some 27, 28 degrees down here earlier, so not bad. The whole bottom area of Texas, more moderate temperatures, likable temperatures. And I keep looking at that thinking, that might be a place to live. A little bit warmer there. I get the occasional hurricane, but not too many snowstorms, right? Dallas only about 16, Houston 21, and sliding over a little bit further to the east. Well, let's go back up here for a second. We see that cold is still dipping down in this area, though, around the Great Lakes, a big low up top here. So Minnesota and those areas, Iowa getting nailed there. Illinois, it's got fairly cold temperatures, and kind of most of North Dakota and South Dakota. Well, down on the bottom here, South Dakota, a little bit of a reprieve, but for the most part, very cool. Let's continue on down south here, looking at Mississippi and Louisiana. Moderate temperatures, a little warmer here in Alabama, and looks like Atlanta is getting warmer as well again here in Georgia, 20 degrees. Nice to see that they've got some warmer temps, even down in Florida. We're starting to see a little bit warmer again, covering the entire state, which is a lot better. Sliding up a little bit, South Carolina, coming in at 23, 24 degrees, so about 72, something like that. Grandma B's house would be about that, 70, 72 degrees, thereabouts. Sliding up, Virginia Beach only at 19, see 21, 22 up in Richmond, and as we go up, New York coming in at about 18, Boston about 20 Celsius. That's actually warmer than New York, so not bad. And again, that's because of this high sitting right here, pushing all that warm air back into the coast, and that is what's keeping the warm air from getting in that Gulf Stream and coming across and really pushing the other way around that we normally see. We see that it kind of comes up and flows that way and brings all that warm air into the European area. Not seeing that. Mexico is warming up again too, so that is really cool and warm. And Cancun 27 today. Yesterday it was 26, 25, I think. Anyway, we are seeing warmer temperatures there. Of course, these, because we're a little bit earlier in the day, so we're seeing daytime temperatures rather than nighttime, or it's just getting to nighttime in these areas. And looking at Argentina, all of it down here, 28, 29, 30 degrees. A lot warmer than what we've had there. And look at that, the temperature going all the way down to the tip of Chile as well. So South America looking a lot better, especially the Amazon, holding some good temperatures. Sliding over to New Zealand real quick. Not quite as warm in New Zealand today. And it's this big high helping to bring in some of that colder air again, and we don't like that. We are seeing anywhere from 10 to 14 degrees, 15 degrees on the South Island. North Island is somewhere around 14 to 17, 18 on the peninsula, so not bad. We got two highs sitting there and a low. That low trying to go the opposite way in comparison to the highs. And Tasmania got a lot warmer again, and they are basking in anywhere from 12, 13 on the highlands and to 17, 18 in some of the other spots there, so pretty good. Hobart coming in at 16 today. Leo's Place, 19 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius in Melbourne. That is not bad for there. And of course, 20 in Adelaide, sliding over, looking at Sydney real quick, about 19, 20 degrees as well. Home of Oz up here, 22, 23 Celsius. Not bad temperatures for that area. And Perth a little bit on the cooler side, and that is likely because this low is drawing up some cold air from down here. And there must be another high sitting right in here somewhere. That is twirling the wrong way, so bringing in that colder air, and we see, yeah, there'd be a high there and a low here, and this low, I don't know, it seems like it's trying to help out and bring cold air back in. Northern portions of Australia, though, are looking pretty balmy, and temperatures of 30, 31 in some areas, and that's about as hot as it is today. Quick look out here to see what we see in Fiji area, 27, New Caledonia about 25, Vanuatu 27, 26, depending on where you're going. Papua New Guinea at 28 in some of the lower areas, and of course the higher elevations, and that is very mountainous in there, by the way, just so you know, and very, very mountainous, and that's why it's cooler up top. And getting into our Indonesian and Malaysian area, they are a little bit cooler right now, of course, it being very early in the morning there for them. It stands to reason. Bangkok coming in at about 25, 26 is what Sue brought up there, thank you, and 80% relative humidity, almost back to normal. And looking at Manila real quick, about 28 C there as well. We do see another low out here, and that could possibly turn into another storm. And the flow is downward. We got a big high sitting here in the the Yellow Sea, or I guess we would call that. Well, Yellow Sea is supposed to be in this area and kind of cut off here, and then this is supposed to be the East China Sea. So that's where that is sitting. Quite cold in Japan, all of Japan, and boy, they got a lot colder than expected. And up on the top here, almost down to the freezing mark. And of course, we look at the Kamchatka Peninsula. No, I don't want to look at that. It's too cold. Let's carry on, and we'll look at India. Indian Ocean, very warm. Sri Lanka, somewhere around 24, between 21 and 24 degrees. And of course, India, pretty normal looking. South Africa, a little bit on the cool side down here, but Cape Town a little bit nicer today, 17. And we see the western side of Madagascar holding some decent temperatures at anywhere from about 22 to 25 degrees, 21 to 25. And again, the higher elevations on Madagascar are showing some cooler temps, but that is to be expected. And Africa, pretty normal for this time of year. We again here see some very cold temps up in the higher mountainous areas, and that is kind of what we've got going on. But the coastal areas, we see big differences, 28, 29, and some of those even up to 30. Still fairly cool in the Sahara Desert, and that is because of what's coming down from Europe, and we see that here a little bit warmer as well, 30 degrees for the most part. Cairo only coming in about 16, 17 degrees right now, and then we look at our wonderful Yemen, Oman, UAE, and then of course Saudi Arabia. They're fair for the day. A little cooler up in the northern parts of Iran, and of course Iraq is kind of normal for right now, nighttime temps. And cold in Turkey, and again cold in Turkey. Anyway, we look at the temperature for Piggy, and that may be somewhere around 21 degrees Celsius. We'll see what that is really quick and check that out. And then I will carry on from there. Let's see, sliding over. Brr. Yep, 19 degrees for Piggy right now, apparently, so that's not that bad for nighttime temps. Seeing what we have got here in Sicily, it does not surprise me. Mount Etna is showing a temperature of around 6 or 7 degrees in that area. And with all that snow up there, it's no wonder it's colder. And that's what we're seeing. And of course, the higher elevations again in Turkey as well, in Italy is definitely kind of cooling off. But coastal areas anywhere around 16, 17 degrees, not bad. Naples coming in at about 15. Rome, I see somebody brought that up just not too long ago here, 14 degrees Celsius. Says about 13 on the map, so very close. Up here Milano only making it to 10 today, and then New Irish Monkland still quite warm along the coastal areas, but definitely the higher lands are down to 6 degrees in some spots. Not so nice there right now. And looking at Spain, they got the cold snap, and it has moved in. And they've got the big high sitting on top of it. Some places 3-4 degrees. Very, very cold for Spain, and hopefully that'll warm up for them a little bit. And looking at France, we see the 2/3 of it is fairly cold. And I'm surprised it's as cold as it is down here by the Mediterranean. Only about 10 or so what is it, Pellier, if I said it right, area. The coastal areas though here are looking not bad for nighttime stuff, and that is the warmer winds blowing through the England, Strait of England, Strait, anyway, in between England and the rest of Europe. And we see that's not bad. Wales a little bit on the cooler side, and a lot colder up in the Scotland area. A little warmer out here in Irish Monkland with about 10 degrees Celsius, and the Doolin area. The Channel, the English Channel, there you go. What about the French Channel? What about the Belgium Channel? How about we call it the Amsterdam Channel? Holland Channel? Dutch Channel? Okay, never mind. I'm trying to be funny. It's not working. Looking at Germany, fairly cold as well. Down here in Munich. La Manche? Okay. No worries. Is that what they call it in France? La Manche? Anyway, 5 Munich, 6 there in Frankfurt, Cologne coming in at 7, Berlin coming in at about 5, Hamburg at 8, and seems the further west you go, the warmer it is because of the flow through La Manche, something like that. Anyway, looking at Denmark, they're actually not bad, 11 on the coastal areas here, and dropping down to about 9 on the interior side. Copenhagen coming in at about 10, that's not so bad. Oslo down to about 4 degrees, Stockholm coming in at about 7, and the bottom end here of Sweden, not too bad, but Norway, forget it, too cold. St. Petersburg, -2, Moscow coming in at a -1, Riga 6 degrees Celsius. So that's what we're seeing there. Quick peek at the overview We see a big circulation here. That's a low sitting there. That's one of those three lows is still there. And then we've got this massive low here. And that, of course, is what is starting to drive things and pulling down that colder air. We see another low here helping out. We don't like it. And let's zoom into Iceland real quick, and Reykjavik only coming up in 4 degrees, and looks like they're getting the flow from the northeast and really nailing them. So not good. If you want to go see Ragnar and the area, you're going to be 2 degrees Celsius plus a bunch of wind. So dress warmly, you guys, and make sure that you have your thermally insulated Italian flip-flops instead of just the regular ones. And there we go. We need to put on the precipitation, and we'll have a look at that. Starting out with North America, Canada first, of course. We see that low, and that is Saskatchewan getting nailed with heavy snowstorms. And of course here you can see that we are skirting it here in Edmonton as this moves down. We are still getting some snow here right now, and it is coming down pretty good. That will probably slide over a bit more, and we'll get more of it. We do see this massive low out here on the coast. Queen Charlotte Islands getting bombarded with rain, and of course we see the entire west coast of British Columbia getting bad weather right now. Looking at Washington and going into Idaho as well, they are getting some of that as well. Sliding over and looking at this massive storm here, lake effect stuff, ice rain, northern Ontario, and this is going all the way down into the U.S. Of course, lake effect stuff coming off of there as well, causing some of that. Most of Ontario here on the bottom end not looking too bad, but I'm sure that's going to slide over as the stuff from the U.S. comes up a little bit and mixes with the colder air some more. And looking out here, no rain in New Brunswick, no rain for Sioux, and out here in Nova Scotia and PEI looking not bad. And Newfoundland has got this top arm here is getting some rain, but not bad. And then Labrador has got some snow happening very close to the coast. This is actually a pretty nasty looking system, and that could make things bad for people. And looking a little bit more northern portions of California getting some rain, and I am sure that they are enjoying that. They want that water. They need that water, and I wish it was covering the whole state. And just nice showers though, and not downpours. And then of course we see here in the bottom piece of Idaho and going up into Wyoming, snow, and that is where Yellowstone is, so they would have had some pass through there as well. Northwest of Denver, some ice rain sliding over a bit more. We see at the end of the Panhandle here, and going into Alabama, some of the stuff. So this area be, I guess, Louisiana, and yeah, Mobile getting a lot of it, and New Orleans probably getting some storms there, and spotty storms all over our wonderful Florida, and then of course going up through Georgia and South Carolina, up into Tennessee, and the western portions of North Carolina getting nailed with some rain, going up a little bit further. Even Pittsburgh, I got a little bit of rain, and that's not that bad though, and not really severe systems. And looking at Mexico and Central America, quite a bit of rain happening there. 'Tis the season. Here's that low sitting here, and that of course is causing some storms. Dominican Republic down here getting nailed, and Haiti and those other areas, of course, not Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and of course Caribbean islands all getting feeling the effect of that. So not so good, and we see some rain up here in the eastern portions of Brazil, and going into some of the Guianas and the like there. It looks a little drier in Rio de Janeiro, not bad. They've got this big high sitting out here. Hopefully that's going to keep the skies clear, and that warm temperature that they've got going all the way down here in Argentina will continue sliding over, and looking, we have a low sitting right on top of the South Island, a high just out in the water here, keeping things, trying to keep things clear, I guess, for the New Zealand area, but it's not going to work. The low bringing in the moisture, and I don't know, it's just cloudy, I guess, for the most part. That high needs to move over and push that out of the way. Looking at down here in Tasmania, not bad. A little bit of rain in Australia, which is always a welcome. When it's just light rain, they enjoy it a lot. Looking at what we see here in our Malaysian, Indonesian, and Philippine areas, storm after storm after storm, and that is just incredible. This 04S is still building strength. It looks like it's actually two lows doing this together here, and combining, and then of course we've got multiple other systems in here, lots of highs working together to make that mess. Sliding up, looking at what we see in Japan, at least not too much precipitation, even though the temperatures are quite cold. And then once we get up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, we see snow, and of course these lows here with that big shear line, that's all going up. I'm glad it's going up. We like it when it goes up, and it means warmer air is going to move upward, and maybe this high is helping to keep that up there. And that is good there. Looking at India, not bad. Some storms up in the other areas there north of India, and not worried about that. South Africa, a little bit of rain there, and that is going into, is that Mozambique or Tanzania there? I can't remember, but that side anyway. And then of course the central areas here, the Congo jungle area, and of course dry in the Sahara Desert, and also dry in Saudi Arabia for the most part. We do see a little bit of moisture right there, not much though, and that looks dry in Iraq as well. Most of Iran, eastern side, a little bit of rain, and here's that big low, and all of Greece is getting most of it right now. Now, I don't know how far that low is going to push over. If it does, Piggy may end up getting some rain out of this. And of course, that's the island of Kos here. We'll see. Right now, we do see some rain in Crete, and that may continue to push over a little bit more. And if it cuts through that shear line and pushes east, Piggy will get some rain if it does that. Looking at Spain and Portugal, fairly dry. We see it fairly dry here as well in the French area. We do see that shear line. That nasty low is still sitting out here, and that is causing a lot of this to blow up, all that moisture up into right through the channel, and all the way up to Denmark, and then around Norway, and kind of not good. And looking at the other side here, we see of Finland and the northern portions of Sweden, as well as central Norway getting nailed a little bit as well. And looking at what we've got here in Iceland, the cold air, of course, bringing with it snow, and we see the eastern half of Iceland has got some snow today. And that is pretty much it for our weather report. The only other thing left is having a quick peek down here in Antarctica and finding the coldest temp for the day. And that sometimes is a challenge. And so far I've got minus 59. I'm going to zoom in into that area, see if I can find minus 60 or 61 maybe, and we'll see if we can find it. But minus 59 was really easy to find, and I'm sure there's some colder stuff in here. And where are we? Oh, 57, 56. Gotta be in here somewhere. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything colder, so I'm going to, well, hang on. Let me look at another low over here. Maybe something around it. No. And what about up here? Oh, these are high temperatures. Oh, balmy stuff. Minus 54, 55, 56, 57, and no, I think a minus 59 is the lowest that I found, and that is close to this low here. So that is what I'm going to stay with, minus 59 degrees Celsius. Ooh, Sue says coldest temp I found was minus 60. Oh, way to go, Sue. And Sue wins. Sue gets the ice cookie today. The ice cookie. I only got minus 59, so that is pretty awesome. Let me see if I can find you the ice cookie and get that to you, and we'll see. Let's see. Yep, I found the ice. There you go, Sue. There's your ice cookie, and that's all good. I promise it's in that cube. Awesome. Anyway, let's zoom it back out, and we'll see what we've got. And that is all pretty wild, pretty interesting, looking at the weather, and hopefully we'll see what else we can come up with. We'll see what the future brings with this guy, and I'm thinking that he's going to move in towards the coast, and I'm not sure what this massive low is going to do, if it's going to move up a little bit. I'm assuming this will move up in this direction, and that'll make things a little bit warmer for the guys down here in Spain and all of England, even once this pushes up a little bit more. We'll see what happens, but we'll leave it as that. Yep. Oh no, I don't need any ice cubes. Those hurt the teeth if you have them in your mouth too long. And I don't crunch them. They'll break my teeth. Anyway, that is what we've got, and that is all for today, you guys. I'm going to put us back onto our canned lava, and we'll let that play. And that can needs to be restarted. We'll get it going, and well, maybe we need to hit the back button first. There we go. Start lava. Okay, there. Canned lava flowing. All right, that is all we've got, and I want to say thank you everyone for being here today. I do appreciate all of you, every last one, and because without you, this stream would not exist. You can have the snow. I don't want the snow. Who wants the snow? Snow for sale. Snow for sale. It's free. We'll send it to you airmail. Anyway, all good. Going to run through the list here and thank everyone. That is Kevin Haynes for gifting one membership, Albert Girl for gifting one membership, B. Matt for a nice super chat, thank you. And then Kevin Haynes for another one single gift of membership, Grandma B for her nice super chat, and then Thor for his wonderful super chat as well. So thank you guys for your support for the channel. I do appreciate that, and that is awesome. And I'm glad to have everyone on board here. Of course, you know, without, like I say, without you guys, this stream wouldn't be here. So thank you, everyone, and happy Saturday to all of you, which is hopefully Sunday for some of you already. And Sharon Stewart says thanks a bunch, Doc, for a great stream. Thanks Piggy and all the hidden mods, Tata for now. You all loving lava fan. Alrighty, and awesome. Okay, so yeah, big thank you to everyone, and then of course our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Piggy goes overboard, and outstanding job from her with their bacon seeds every day, and that is really means a lot, Piggy, if you're still listening, and I hope you're having a good snooze though. And also a big thank you to C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and any of the other moderators that might have been hiding in the background, like Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields and Mona Lisa Smiles, all of them. There's a few of them hiding back there once in a while. Anyway, we'll leave it as that, and again, a big thanks to all of you. And that is it for tonight. And please take care of yourselves. And most of all, please make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in snowy Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And we'll see everyone tomorrow on our Sunday stream. And take care. Good night and oink oink.